Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the show. So, I promised that today's stream would be mostly not spider related, but if you've got any spider stories you want to share, just go for it. It's as long as the whole stream isn't about spiders, we're good. So I'm going to be right back. Don't go anywhere. Just getting some tea before we get started. And my personal spider related story is so I just heard that there's this movie called Lava Lantula. Apparently there's like a volcano that erupts and it spews spiders all over the town, and like there's spiders in the lava or something. Not really sure how it works. Kind of a Sharknado situation, but there's definitely giant spiders. I saw that. Yeah, so I hope all of you are having a good, spider-related Thursday. So, right, so I figured out, the issues I was having with the dialogue last stream. It's still not really looking right, but yeah, spiders. So, I promised that today's stream would be mostly not spider related on Twitter, so we're only allowed to spend 90% of it talking about spiders. But, you know, we need like 10% solid game dev. And, yeah, let me think about this. So the first thing I'm going to do is take it out of ultra-wide format. And then let's have a look at this dialogue effect. So I got the static and some of the glow onto this thing, but still not really looking that great. Let me just open this up. And I'm going to spawn in an NPC to set the style of this. There we go, just a little casual murder to get this show off to a start. So I'm not really seeing that static right now. Man, you too, City. Is that just an emote everyone has? So, like, here's the effect I've been working on. Just something really simple. I don't think this is quite there yet, but, I don't know, it's a start. Like, every time the speaker changes or the bit of dialogue changes, it does this. Let me maximize. I don't know if I'm seeing the... Oh yeah, it's there. I made it really subtle. So let's up the static a bit. And I also made the letters bigger as City recommended. So that should also help out if I want to really increase how much we can see the static. Let's just crank that up. It's actually seeming pretty reasonable with a really high level of static in there. Basically all the way up. But let's say like 200 on this one. And then I feel like I also want to crank up the glow a bit. Yeah, definitely an improvement already. Maybe not that much, but... And I don't know, the big like, I'd like to have a lot of effects on this. The only issue is I don't want to mess up the readability too much. Okay, so I can put the letters itself at the bottom of the stack to make it stand out a bit more. Maybe I should also darken the color of the backgrounds. That could help a bit with readability. Like, let's look at this static. Not going to have it very see-through, but I'm going to make it a dark color to help with the contrast. And as for the glow, we can also do a really dark glow. And then there's also just the background. I've got that a little bit see-through right now. It's better a little see-through, but probably not all that much. There we go. So let's have a look at this full screen. And I feel like that's pretty readable. I'm thinking each NPC has their own dialogue color. So this is all going to be a little different depending on who's talking. And I also opted for a more readable font than what we've got in the menu. Like if I were really trying to go with this same thing as everything else, let's see, I thought I had like Electronic Highway in here somewhere. Let's just look at this. I'd expect Liberation Sands to be the most readable. Yeah, exactly, City. So, presumably if I did it all pixely like this, it would hurt people's eyes and make the game less accessible. Eventually, I probably want to let people turn off the static and make this all a bit higher contrast too. So I believe since I set these as materials, it should save all these settings. Let's go back in and check. Let me tell you, it was such a pain working with this and getting the effects on here. Alright, so let's spawn in someone else to set the style of this. And turn it back on. So it looks like the changes got saved here. I don't know if that background color got saved. Yeah, but I just want just a little see-throughness here. Okay, yeah, that's not bad. I put that at 240. And, might be nice if I rounded the corners on this a little too. Where did our music go? City of Coral always tells me that when you mash on the home keys on a Colomac keyboard, it looks like elven names. And you also get things like Star Star. That's pretty much what we have here. Stratats is stat-atars. So I think the static, wasn't quite happy with the positioning. Let's make this just a little wider. Oh, and that would be the reason. No, it wouldn't. Let's make it a little wider. And a little taller. Just make sure it's covering everything. And, let's figure out what image I'm using for this and just cut off the corners a bit. That would be the one, but I think I'd rather open this up inside of GIMP, just because I'm more familiar with GIMP. So it's called Dialog Background. And where's this located? Assets, UI, Dialog Overlay. And let me try to find this. Create, assets, UI, dialog overlay. There we go. And I don't know. Oh, I see what I did. I've got like darker and lighter colors on here. And I don't think I really want to go too fancy with this right now, just in the interest of time, but just trying to get everything looking a little nicer. Be nice if I could get full hardness on this eraser. Why is it doing this? Okay, there we go. And I'll probably do just a little bit of shading and beveling on here while I'm at it. Looking at it, I'm not really sure if what I did here is working too well. But maybe I'll do a bit more white on the bottom. Doesn't need to be perfect, I just want it more interesting. And I think just a little shading all the way around. And I mean, I've already got static plain over it, but maybe just a little grain texture would be good. And also some of that folding out effect I was showing a minute ago. Just deploying the sun blocking device. Oh, maybe we want a little bit of light. Yeah, so moving forward with this, there's gotta be an easier way. And pretty much every edge in here could stand a little bit of beveling and just make it look a bit nicer. And again, don't really feel like that part's working too well. So let's just try cutting off all the corners. And maybe a little more rounding on the inside would be nice too. And this edge I could really take off because we've got this slant on here. Just really push it out diagonal. Hey Tommy, how's it going? There we go. So, that doesn't look good. Let's just do a little bit on there. And also this corner. So maybe I'll just, well, this one too. And then I'll actually go in and see how this looks before I start messing with it more. Well, that's good to hear, Tommy. I was just running errands this morning and picking up a card because we're hanging out with City's dad tonight to celebrate his birthday. But yeah, it's been pretty quiet here. So then let's just overwrite the old one. I've got so many backups. Hey, how are you doing today, Noah? So, Today I'm working on making the dialogue box a little more interesting. Oh, I'm doing really good. Still waking up a little, and I don't know, I've been really happy with the progress the game's been making lately. Just really trying to double down on all of these visual effects. So I think that's looking better already. Let's maximize. Oh, and I should spawn in a guard or something to show this off. So they set the style of it when someone talks. So that's quite a bit different. Yeah, that knife throwing effect was looking amazing, Noe. I really like I like the way it narrows, and the variation in the knives coming out made a huge difference. It's looking super good. So, there's something weird going on with this corner on here, but yeah, and I need to round off the edges on the static effect, I think, because we're seeing some hard edge there. Or I just need to make it a little smaller. So maybe that's what's going on with this corner. Let's try turning the static off. And no, it still looks like there's an issue there. Like the lower right corner is just kind of messed up, and I'm not sure why. I really wish I spoke Spanish. I tried learning just a little bit a few years ago, but I don't think any of it really stuck. All right, so looking at this thing, maybe that's not fully transparent down there, or the, I'll bet the way this is importing isn't ideal. Okay, well that totally messed it up. Let's try this again. Oh, I don't even need to hit play. I can see the problem right here. Okay, so is this just not, this just isn't showing any transparency. That's the issue. So why is that? That didn't help. Is it the material setting? Well, did you get injured, Tommy? I don't think I heard about that. I did hear that the bags you were making were made by the hands of Venezuelan peasant women, though. Okay, so is the issue that's just showing what's underneath it? No, that's really not transparency. Oh, it's kind of transparency, but the quality just isn't good. Okay, there we go. Yes, and now we're seeing that as pixely as it is. Which looks kind of bad, all things considered. Oh, there's also a weird thing there where, oh man, that sounds awful, Tommy. Like the UVs are right up against the... No, that's actually good now. So then we've got dialogue background. And this is just a solid color, so I can just make it smaller. But I'm... no, that should be good now. Alright, so I think some shade... Oh, and that's too small. Where are you, background? Yeah, some shading around the edges of this might be enough. Okay, so let's see what this looks like in game. Still not there, but probably an improvement. Terry is adorable. So let's go ahead and... Okay, so this is already an improvement. And this is also something I'm going to be working on soon, so I don't really think this animation's what I need, but it's going to be something like this, where it kind of scales in, scales out, goes, and maybe it would be better if it folded over from the center so it looks like it's flipping over, not sure. Sounds good, Tommy. So, feeling pretty good about the shape of this. Let's go ahead and give it more of a border. And I don't really know what I'm doing, but yeah, I think just too wide all the way around. Maybe darker on one side would be nice. Darker on two sides, just kind of hint at some three-dimensionality. Oh yeah, so we're still waiting to hear back on whether or not they'll let us have the horrible emote we made the other day. But let me show you how it turned out. It'll take just a moment to open. Move tab, new window. Here we go. So I wound up changing it around quite a bit more since then, just to get it reading at a really small size. Still not quite happy with how the head turned out though. I don't know, even after they accept this, I might mess with it some more. Someone just left a phone message for me, but no idea who. I don't know, I tried to make the head a lot bigger. The cat is still in hiding, probably in the closet. But you know, she should really come out. Yeah, so still not entirely happy with the head on this thing. Um, it reads better from a distance, but I lost some of the likeness to the original model doing that. Yeah, kitty, you don't have to be afraid. Right, so even after they accept this, I might mess with it some more too. I don't know, get it more like the original. But it's reading from a distance and filling out the frame, so there's that. Did I just close GIMP? Okay, so back to square one. I like it, City. There's one person who watches who always, whenever he sees me coding, he says spaghetti code. And, I don't know, I think on a good day I don't write spaghetti code, but, he's not a coder, so I think he just says that about all code. On a bad day, you probably could describe it as spaghetti. No, I don't think I code as well when I'm streaming as when I'm not either. Like, I was, messing with getting this dialogue, like the static and stuff showing up on the dialogue the other day. And I just couldn't figure it out for like an hour, and then I tried it yesterday and got it working in 10 minutes. When I'm on camera, half of my brain just goes out the window. Which is why I'm focusing on simple stuff today. Yeah. Like, there's a certain level of complexity that I just won't tackle at all on stream. I don't think that that's possible, City. Yeah, and let me think. That's like Thursday, Friday for you now, isn't it? Yeah, like this procedural level generation stuff I'm doing, there is no way I could write that on stream. But at the same time, like, I used to not do any of the programming stuff on camera. You know, it was pretty much strictly a Blender stream. But what happened with that was I just got a huge backlog of models, and it just felt like they were piling up, and not enough of them were getting in game. Yeah, so what are you working on today, Noe? But yeah, I save all the complicated stuff for off-stream. And last Tuesday was a situation where I thought I was doing something simple I could figure out on camera, but I ran into issues. Yeah, I wouldn't want to give up the coding on stream. Also, how are you doing, Who Man? Oh, nice. Yeah, I think I remember you mentioned something about picking up a collab project, if I remember right. Mechs are really awesome. I've been thinking that someday when I'm not working on this project, I'd really like to do a game that involves designing a lot of mechs too. What have you been up to, Who Man? Oh, it's been going really well, Radiant. Let me show you what it's looking like right now. How have you been? So let me go back in here. Right now I'm working on the dialogue box. But I've been adding a ton in the way of visual effects, so I feel like the game, the look and feel of it's a lot more solid. And let me actually give you the full intro.
And what haunts me is that I discover no kinship, no understanding, no mercy.
Thank you so much for the follow, Robin. How are you doing? Alright, so let's get the full intro. Yeah, so I also added pretty recently this intro sequence where we're seeing the outside of the station and zooming in. I don't know, City, maybe if I started putting the goal in the stream titles. I'm sure we could get some support around that. Oh, thank you, Robin. So, something I've been working on a lot is, just trying to make the way that everything interacts in the world a little more interesting looking. Yeah, I'm really happy with the glow around the lights. So, like, we've got a jump effect, we've got a landing effect. Yeah, so, with this pile of junk, the player's ability is they can eat stuff and turn it into other stuff. So this is a combination of health, ammunition, pretty much anything the player needs is here. And if you find a tool somewhere in the world and you lose it, you can come back here and it'll spawn in the trash dump. So, yeah, I've been working a lot on making it so that when furniture hits the wall, it makes a sound, but it's not something that's too annoying. So it was a lot of work figuring out how to have these make variable sounds, have your objects make lower sounds. And it's also pitch shifted just a little bit each time to keep the sounds from getting too repetitive.
And what haunts me is that I discover no kinship, no understanding, no mercy.
Thank you so much for the follow, Foster. You know, I tried adding collision sounds a while back, and it just totally didn't work. It just sounded awful, and it was just this constant clack, 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 clack. But I really feel like it's adding something now. I also just put footstep noises in, which maybe you can hear. Super subtle, though. That's another thing that can easily get annoying if you overdo it. Well, it's really good to see you, Radiant Rain. It's been a while since I've been back to your stream, but you make really awesome work. Radiant Rain is a game designer and 3D modeler. Yeah, and these windows are capable of breaking, so let's go ahead and put an explosion in here. Yeah, I think so too. It's just so easy to overdo them. That for a while I just wasn't putting in any footsteps. Again, that's something I tried a while back and it was just way too unsubtle. So let's go ahead and move this over. Blast out a window. Alright, so you see the glass is breaking. And, yeah, then everything in the area gets sucked out. And I also added some more blood, so... Yeah, it looks like when people die from decompression, there's also some blood and gore. Just really pushing up this game's rating. And because I'm a monster, I was showing off the other day how you can throw people into an airlock. Yeah, they just started hurting my head, so I've been going without them quite a bit. I really need a new pair of goggles that just has a softer strap on them. Yeah, and this is what that emote I was showing us a few minutes ago is about.
My eyes, the goggles do nothing.
The goggles. Yeah, this game's also really focused on physics objects. So let me just spawn some in. Normally you'd find these in the world. So you can hover in place with the fan. You can swing along the ceiling with the knife. Yeah, that would be pretty cool, Radiant. Possibly Who Man. I'm not quite sure what would be required for that. So I think I heard that if you get a certain number of subscriptions, you're able to have more emotes, maybe. Not really sure about that, though. Okay, so that might be doable. I don't know. I'd definitely be up for making more emotes if I'm able to. So already that dialogue's looking way better. It's also way harder to get lost in the game now because we've got a map. So now I know I just need to go around here to get through. Yeah, not sure if you saw this one a minute ago when I brought it up. Let me see. I just made a new emote, but so far we've, oh no, the one I replaced with this one was just kind of a copy of the other one, just the Blender Monkey. Yeah, so this is what happens when you eat a person and try to recreate a person. We'll see if it gets past the no gore rule. I feel like it's kind of on the border there. I need to mess with my NVIDIA settings. We're getting a little screen flicker. Okay, should be good now. Yeah, I really hope they approve it. It looks like we still just have the one right now, but with any luck, Twitch won't shoot it down. Also, thank you so much, Noah. Yeah, so I don't know what I'd do for other ones if I did have the option. I don't know, probably more stuff from the game. I could see maybe doing a spinny space station amount. Well, you got all the buns. Are these all your personal channel emotes, man? And that map is just so useful for getting around. Like, I don't really feel like I get lost anymore now that I've got that. Yeah, that would be good to know. Because if it's just 15 period, that's a lot easier. Really like having the screen shake in the game too. Oh yeah, and I also wanted to mention, there's now when you move, the camera follows movement just a little bit. And I can, yeah, I love screen shake. I can make it more extreme, but I'm keeping it pretty subtle right now. So I don't know if you can even, like, consciously notice it. But the camera is moving a little bit in the direction of movement. Like, we can see it more if I fall down. You see there was just a little bit of correction on the landing. And I don't know, I might up that amount a little bit. But I found when I was setting it too high, I was running into issues where I couldn't track the player's position very well on screen. Oh, I don't know. I think I'm good on materials. What did you have in mind, Radiant? Yeah, so let me show you what it looks like if I up that a bit. Substance Designer is something that I'd love to get into one of these days. So let's go to the player. And the way I'm doing this, I have a bunch of different camera movers stacked on top of each other. And they're all kind of responsible for their own movement. So let's double this movement and see what that looks like. Well, that's very sweet of you to offer, Radiant. So here it is with a whole lot more in the way of predictive movement. And I don't know, I feel like this amount is a little high. Yeah, substance designer is something I'd love to learn one of these days, probably after I finish this game. For a lot of these characters, they're really not using anything in the way of textures. I just have them laid out on a palette. You know, that might be alright. I upped it just a little bit to 12. Yeah, do you do any 3D modeling though? I've tried doing, like, I don't do much in the way of material stuff. These are just pixel textures, and mostly City of Coral made them. But I've tried doing some material and texture stuff in Blender, and I've never gotten great results with it. I think maybe when they move to 2.8, it's going to be a bit more intuitive doing that stuff. I don't know, maybe I'll up this to 12. No, I think I will up the predictive movement just a little. I've pretty much set up a workflow where I don't texture much for this project. Yeah, no, I've seen some really cool stuff with the procedural textures inside of Blender. Seems like it's a good way to avoid ugly looking tiling too. And I'll bet if you get into Substance Painter, it's also the kind of thing where, I'm sorry, let me start over. What I've seen people do in Substance Painter, it looks like it's also more procedural stuff. Yeah, that makes sense, Radiant. And, you know, I watch a lot of Blender streamers on Twitch, and, like, I haven't seen all that many people who can really do good textures inside of Blender. I mean, occasionally people are getting good results with that, but, pretty often, the people who do much with textures are doing it inside of Substance Painter. So what I'm doing here is I'm just trying to outline this a bit. So we've got lighter on one side, darker on the other side. Just kind of suggests a shadow here. Oh, Chobo Cannon. I'm gonna go ahead and follow them. That's not someone I'm watching yet. And the Twitch is being all weird today. Well, I'll write that down for later. Oh, I getcha. I don't know, the models I make, they're mostly kind of low poly stuff that's geared towards putting out a lot of them quickly. So once Blender 2.8 gets a little more stable, I just love to get into doing some more renders for things like character portraits. Okay, so that's looking pretty good. Very basic. But maybe I could put just a little grain on here or something. Just try to make it look more interesting. What am I doing? No, let's not put lens on there. Okay, noise. Like, I've already got static, so I don't want a whole lot of this, but just something to make it more interesting. So let's go ahead and save this separately. And then maybe go into Unity and try to do that flip effect. Okay, where are you, dialog box? Cool, so I'm hoping that looks better already. And let's turn off level gen for this one. You know, I recently made a bunch of changes to the level generator to try to make it feel more solid and object-oriented. And I think it turned out really well. It's about back to normal at this point. But there was one point right at the end there where I was convinced I'd broken everything because it was taking over a minute to generate each level. So, you know, I was just about to write the whole thing off and never change the level generator again. But it turned out I just messed up a line in there and now it's good again. Okay, so I feel like that's looking pretty good. I'm getting some weird stuff around the edges still. Oh, because I switched to a different texture. But yeah, that's an improvement already. What should I call it? City Circle, Jen? Dialogue. Okay, so this needs to be at none. Probably. And then point no filter was making it better. Okay, I think that should work. City, are you a round space station denier?
I researched all the very best games in the world. And what I learned was, people like to spin and people like to choose. The trick was getting rid of all the boring stuff in between.
So, as near as I can tell, switching it to that means, like there's no anti-aliasing on the texture. I can see the pixels more. City, the science is totally against you. I don't know if I'm liking that grain. Although it looks better here, it doesn't look as good in game, so let's figure out why. Like, it still feels like it's doing some kind of compression on this. That's messing it up. Yeah, you do any game dev stuff, Nikal? I feel like maybe I've asked that before. Sorry if I have. Still just doesn't look as good. Get out of here, Stream Elements. Oh yeah, that's a great idea. Yes, that helped. Well, that's where you're wrong, City. The surface of the acid isn't flat. Still not quite getting as nice of an effect, like this grain I put in just isn't distributing very well. So let's go ahead and switch it to no grain. good enough. There's plenty of grain from the static. So I think I'm going to want to change these effects so they're more rounded if I can. I really don't know, City. Okay, what did I mess up? Guess I shouldn't do that. Would be nice if I could keep this from showing the hard edges, though. Maybe I'll just make it a little smaller. Whoops, that's position, not scale. Let's move this in just a little. Hope no one notices. Maybe that'll be good. Yeah, let's go back in, see what all this looks like. Oh, cool, just getting started. So, is there anything you're working on right now, Nico? Okay, and I'm liking that a lot. I'm not really seeing this corners here. Still not great, but more polished than it was. That's another thing I just added, where if they hit an indestructible block, it has a different sound and effect. So, let's go ahead and work on this, another one. Let's go ahead and work on this flipping effect. I think maybe I'll change this to moving from the center. Not really liking this folding up at the top. So I think it's centered around here. Could be wrong.
No BPM left inside the machine. The piercing wink out of a CRT screen.
And I am just forever struggling to figure out how these anchors work in the UI. But let's try this, see if that changed the pivot point. Okay, I think that's better. And, oh, nice. So what kind of project is it? So I think folding from the center is better. And when this comes in, I'd like it to start folded up and come out. That is a great question. Haven't really worked with any of the 2D stuff. I mean, I'm sure that the draw order things transfer over in some of the sprite stuff. But I'm guessing you don't really use anchor points unless you're doing UI in a 2D game. So yeah, that glow's pretty nice. So I think the first thing I'm going to do is just have it have a little dialogue box coming up effect.
Frozen silence swells to fill the heart of the unknown one who will close my eyes for me.
And here's where you get to see Jory on camera trying to code. Who's significantly worse at it than Jory off camera. Oh, awesome. Do you have any pictures of your game? Yeah, procedural stuff is a lot of fun. So I think I need one effect for just flashing in. We'll call this handle flash handle dialogue change. Let's call this handle window change. $2D in Unity is basically 3D but with sprites. Oh, I see, yeah. And with the sprites, you're actually manually setting the Z order, right? So what mechanic are you struggling with? Also, how are you doing, Joe Nombo? All right, so then it flashes the scale twice. And then let's say, oh, and you know, I always like to make sure I don't have a routine going in case we try to do more of than one of these. So coroutine, current routine. Yeah, let's just call this routine. And then, this might be a little excessive, but, stop current routine. That does sound really cool. So, I'm guessing you're like putting a decal on there or actually changing the texture. A sauna configurator in Unity. So, do you mean like a sauna is in the hot water pool or something totally different? If routine isn't null, stop the routine. And I like doing this every time I'm working with coroutines. Just because it's like I'll mess it up if we have more than one of these going at once. Guess I could just say stop all coroutines, but that's probably less efficient. Then we're gonna do another one which says handle window popping up or something. That wants a yield. I wish I could make a sauna in Unity. Alright, so then we'll need another one. It does basically the same thing as flash scale, but this one's just going to be warp scale because it's only going in one direction. And I think I'd rather declare this right here. Right, so then we're doing something very similar here. So similar, it makes me wonder if I really need to make it a separate coroutine. Oh, cool. I get you. So the issue is that the seams don't look fluid if the textures have different scales. So then let's say warper real time. What? Warper. Come on. All right, and this is the kind of place where you start to wonder, like, when you're doing such similar things here, you start to wonder if there's a more object-oriented way to do it. But it's not so bad. Let me just look at this for another minute. So I'm declaring this start. I'm setting the start values. I could probably move some of this into its own method. Would. That's a pretty cool emote you got there, City.
Yeah, I know. I gotta believe.
Set scale. float X, float Y. Float. What about set lerp scale? I know, City. You know, we were just thinking the other day, wouldn't it be great if all cats were immortal? We're gonna try to achieve that. And float lerp amount. How are you doing, Bits? And we got some great streamers watching right now.
Developers, 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 developers. Developers, 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 developers.
So, everyone should check out Bits and Crafts, Salichi and Two Man Bean. They're all awesome streamers. Developers, developers, developers. I always forget what that guy's name is. Developers. I feel like maybe I'm not doing this, like maybe this isn't helping a whole lot doing it like this, but let's find out. Everyone follow everyone else in chat right now. Yeah, that guy. How have you been, Bits? How's it going, user? So why doesn't this... Oh yeah, one more bracket. So then instead of all this, I can say set lerp scale. Target X, target Y, lerper, lerp amount. Oh, I'm doing really good, user. Just trying to make this dialogue box more interesting. Oh, nice. You stream, user. Also, do you have any pictures of your game? I just gave you a follow. I'm gonna have to play the sound effect again.
Developers, 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 developers. Developers, 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 developers.
I'm just going to keep playing that every 5 seconds. Oh, cool. Yeah, so tell us more about the game you're making. Also, what have you been up to, Bits? I was watching you just a little this morning with City. It looks like you were hooking up MIDI, trying to hook up MIDI with Unity. I was guessing so you could play your piano and have it hook up to your game. Looks like really cool stuff. Developers, developers, developers. That sounds like fun, user. It kind of reminds me of I don't know if you've played any of those games like Icewind Dale and Baldur's Gate, the old D&D games. But my favorite part of those was when you summon a demon that's going to attack like everything inside, including your party. And you just have to throw it into a bunch of enemies and hope they kill it before it gets to you. Oh, I see. So do the demons help you sneak around too? Now, what am I doing? Alright, so that's a little more object-oriented. Nice. Yeah, I was hoping you'd say that's how it worked, user. Okay, so I don't think that's too much repeated code. That's just getting the start values. I really am trying to catch myself these days every time that that I find myself copying a piece of code and pasting it somewhere else. I stop and say, is that really what I want to be doing here? So handle window change, handle window open. Yeah, you know, give it some time. There's not a lot of people who know about it yet, but maybe in 20 years. And let's rename this to change duration A. And then change duration B. And then we need another duration for opening the window. Oh, cool, you're on mountain time. If you don't mind my asking, what city are you in? Maybe you did mention you're around Denver at some point. That sounds kind of familiar, come to think of it. Oh yeah, I'm in Denver too. I think maybe we talked about this before. Yeah, so is it hard to stop watching people long enough to stream Who Man? So handle window change. It's going to be very similar to this. So then LERP scale. Window. And let's just call this window pop duration. Window change duration and open duration. That'll never get confusing. Logged in to stream myself. Oh, that's funny, Who Man. The guy who runs the Denver Indie Game Expo. Oh, nice. Yeah, I went to Comic-Con once, and there were some really cool indie games there. Yeah, let me bookmark those. There was a lot of fun stuff there. It's also the only time I've been able to check out a VR game. So that was really cool. I guess what you could do, Who Man, is start streaming and then just put on a streamer in the background. And then I could open up a window with your stream in it. So we could get like a audio Hall of Mirrors effect where every time one of us says something, it just echoes. Yeah, so where do they hold the Indie Game Expo? Is that the convention center? So then we're going to say LERP scale from... Oh, right. And, this is set LERP scale. I'd also like one to just set the scale. Set scale. And then... Okay, now this is definitely too much. That's more work than just writing this out here. Handle window open. So then we're going to make sure that X is at 1, Y is at 0 when this starts. Oh, I see. Also, $1 million concept here. Yeah, that would be great, Who Man. So, yeah, I guess there always is an issue. I mean, I sometimes worry that people get sick of the music I play too. But I feel like if people show up to a stream and there's no music playing at all, it's worse than maybe not the most interesting music. But in theory, I do like the idea of people being able to opt in or out of the stream music. Yeah, I wonder, I don't know, do you think we'll miss Pride Fest this year? Oh, thank you, Noe. Yeah, I haven't gotten sick of it yet, but I've got a pretty high threshold for how much I need to hear a song before I'm tired of it. And anytime you see the name Victros in the corner, that's music that's actually going to be in the video game. Oh man. Well, I guess no Pride Fest for us. We'll just have to cover my brother's apartment in rainbows. So, if should test, start coroutine, handle window open. Setting the scale to 0. This all should work, maybe. I do the same thing, user. Hey Rhyme, how's it going? Especially when I'm programming or maybe doing art stuff, I'll just put a song on loop and listen to that over and over again while I'm working. So I haven't been doing it quite as much. Okay, that didn't look good. Okay, that's not great. That is true, City. Something's wrong with this. That's funny, easy. So something's wrong with this. The eye of the tiger, it's the thrill of the fight, rising up to the challenge of our rival. As the last known survivor stalks his prey in the night, and he's watching us all with the eye of the tiger. No, I believe you. I don't know, I kind of gravitate towards stuff like power ballads when I'm listening to things on repeat too.
The eyes is what laser topographical reshaping takes place upon.
But what is eyes?
Oh, you mean like eyeballs.
Yeah, it's a good song right now. No, I'd say that pretty much everything I listen to on repeat especially is, a little embarrassing. Let me see if I can find the one I was listening to the other day on repeat. Oh yeah, we've got loads of them. Yeah, this is the one I've been looping the most lately. If it'll play.
Born in the middle, the center, the crossroads, you could go any which way. North, south, east, west, any way at all. A choice, a dream, a boast, a threat. Now, how could you fail to go some other way, some way or other, somewhere else? Draw just one arrow, that's all you get. Life is the flight it describes.
Sorry, it does have great music.
Pull back, aim well, steady, now release. Away it flies and out of sight, gone. When you look back upon the path it traced, you'll see it's narrow and precise. Born in the middle, ha ha ha. Born in the middle, ha ha. Born in the middle, ha ha ha. Born in the middle, ha ha. Born in the middle, between now and then, time's one-dimensional line draws you forward into each new day. Your memory comes stumbling behind. How could you fail to seek some way around the stone that's waiting for your name? Born in the middle, ha ha ha. Born in the middle, ha ha. Born in the middle, ha ha ha. Born in the middle, ha ha. Born in the middle.
Okay, that
The
still
center,
looks good.
the crossroads, you could go any which way. North, south, east, west, any way at all. A choice, a dream, a boast, a threat. Now, how could...
Okay, I think that's looping now. Oh yeah, so I'm planning on setting that to portraits as soon as I make some. I'm going to need to get a new setup for I don't know, rendering toon style renders in Blender 2.8. But after that, I'm thinking I just make some kind of setup where I can plug the character models in, and it'll just make a toon-style rendering of them. I guess the other option is doing a render texture there, and I just have a camera zoom in on a character and pop up a little picture of them. So it feels like LERP scale isn't quite working right. I was thinking I'd just replace it with like a little silhouette of a head for now, just so it looks slightly less work in progress. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Just like when you're on Google or something and you haven't set your portrait. Just like a head and shoulders silhouette. So why isn't this working? You know, the funniest thing about that song I was just playing that I've been playing on loop a lot is I went into Audacity and I made an edited version of that without the swallowing noises that happen at a few places in there, because those were starting to get to me. You know, just because it's not really a finished song, it's just a little vocal recording. So this effect doesn't seem to be right yet. So first of all, I'm setting the scale. Y should be 0. Then we're lerping it out. So let's turn off this flash effect and just see what this lerp looks like. Oh, you're welcome, Corpus. Also, how are you doing? Yeah, user was just telling us about how they're living in Eye of the Tiger at the moment. Da 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 da. So let's go ahead and fold this out. Okay, that's fine, but we need to look at the chain open window effect. Open, handle window open, because this doesn't look right for some reason. Oh yeah, I remember you were telling us about feeling swamped the other day. I hope you're not too behind. So I'm doing really good. I figured out what the issues I was having with the dialogue were the other day. And oh, okay, I think I'm starting to see the issue. So it doesn't quite finish the lerp. So now I'm making one effect for when this window pops up, and there's going to be another one for when it switches out dialogue. Okay, this is always an issue with lerpers. So that's lerp scale, and then flash scale needs to do the same thing. Let's look at this again. So what I was doing there was, whenever I'm lerping from one thing to another in like a while loop, there's always this thing where it exits the loop when it sees that the lerp time has finished, but doesn't apply the final position, so I just did that manually. Okay, so that's pretty good. And now I just need to make sure that overshoot is working. And I think I might have some idea why it wasn't. Never coded to background Twitch. Yeah, I usually have a Twitch stream open while I'm coding. Yeah, so all I'm doing here is like after the while loop finishes, I set the position once more to the final amount. So, let me show you what's going on inside of the Lurper too. Because, I don't know, I think I really like talking about these Lurpers, but they're such basic stuff. But, like, this is something that, I was living without it for a long time, and it feels like of all the code I've written, this is the biggest quality of life thing I've gotten. Oh, let's go to the definition of this. So this is just a piece of code that handles timing things in the game. So when I begin it, it keeps track of the time. And then this isn't running mono behavior or anything. But when I check it, let's see. So mostly with the timer, I'm just calling to check if has finished, and if the current time's greater than start time plus duration, it returns true. And the only advantage of this is it just keeps this out of the code that I'm writing and keeps me from having to rewrite that again. And, oh yeah, and also it caches that result with a bool has finished. So after it figures out that the timer's finished, it isn't checking that again. It just returns the bool. So then I've got the Lurper that's based on that. And really the only difference between this and the timer is that it gives me a lerp amount there. And I think... Right. So I built that into here too. So it checks if the timer's finished. And if the timer has finished, it returns 1 for the finished amount. To hopefully avoid that issue where it just doesn't get that tail end of the lerp. And then I have, I've got the lerp flasher, which is built on top of the lerper. And that's basically the same deal, except it's got this flash amount thing where it makes the value go up and then down. So, yeah, really simple stuff, but it's, I don't know, it's just the kind of thing I've been trying to do more of in code. Just really break things into tiny little pieces with a lot of inheritance between them so I can start using them as reusable components. So then why isn't this working? Oh, I thought that might be it. It's using the wrong duration here. So let's see if this looks good. Yeah, it reminds me a little of your fucking angles, Solichi. Something else I'd love to do is I've got this one static class called Common that has just a bunch of utilities in it, and I should really break that out and put them in the name into the classes that they're actually operating on. Yeah, so what does your range float do? Wait, what's that? Yeah, exactly. Well, I have role players who interpolate between one value and another. So let's go back in and see if this looks better. And I've tried making some stuff that handles flashing lights and things like that too. Because I've got just so many effects in this game that are basically flash this value, lerp this value. So I've tried to start standardizing some of that stuff. So when I want to just flash a light, I don't need to start from square one every time. Wait, so what is a flirp? So let's look at this again. I think it should be good now. I don't know if I like it going out so much. And I'd like the pop duration to be a little bigger. Okay, that's too much. Maybe lower on the pop. Really wants a little more on there. Okay, that's pretty cool. I kind of like that. So we're doing, this should probably be 3. So now I need to actually work this into the script and make this work in game. Range float is basically a bunch of common lerp stuff. Oh, cool. Now that does sound useful. So basically you don't have to write out in longhand like it equals a random range from here to here. So, let me think about this. I gotta figure out where I'm even changing this. Do I have like a dialogue text control, I think? Pretty sure this is the one. So here's another thing that I'm proud of, is I wrote this folding window effect and I didn't put it in the dialogue text control class. Which I probably would have done like a year ago. Public folding window effect. Folding window effect. And let's go ahead and set this. I don't know. I still struggle to break this stuff out into smaller components. Like this one's isn't so bad, but it's it could still probably be 2 or 3 pieces. And Unity just takes forever to update this when I want to expose a new public variable. So that is on the folding effect. And then, oh, right. There's one more thing I want to do before I get into this. And that's doing the reverse of this, so it's folding inwards. Yeah, exactly, City. I mean, different people have different philosophies on this, and I think, I don't think there's really one right solution. But, I don't know. I think, I feel like making tiny reusable parts is something that I didn't really get at the start of this project that is very useful. Like here's a little piece of the level generator from the part that I refactored recently. So before, pretty much all of this code for generating the level was just going through it linearly, looking at one part of it after another and saying, okay, am I going to put an object or a block here? But now it's got these little classes that it's using, and it's just going through all of these classes in a list and checking if each one of them wants to use the value. So now if I want to add a new value to the map, I don't need to go into the level generator and add another line to like a 10,000 line class already. But I can just make a new little piece of code and plug it into that list of level generator behavior. Yeah, are you still doing Sculpt Month, Human? Or was that January? So, what am I doing? We need one more for closing the window. And this is going to be the most simple one. Because this one doesn't need any kind of yield, return, no. Doesn't need any kind of pop. That's XY, turn Y to 0. That should be all we need. I'd also like to stop routine. We don't really even need to yield after this one. So that should be good. And, I don't know if I really need this stop routine stuff. I'm gonna take it out for now. Pretty sure if I'm using this right, it's never gonna be an issue. And then close all this up. But might be nice if, well, first of all, I've got the flasher in here. I should make sure that's real time. Because I could see this hanging forever if I, yeah, I need to make a flasher real time. So, Lerper versus Lerper real time. I swear, eventually we're going to get to actually putting this in the game. Okay, we're going to have a Lerp Flasher real time. This is going to be a Lerp Flasher. And the only difference with this is it's going to be using a Lerper real time instead of a Lerper. So where do I get that? Okay, so we've got Lerper, my Lerper. I need to look at how I was doing this. Oh, nice, Who Man. I've, like, I don't do any sculpting, but if I got into it, the multi-resolution modifier looks really cool. Oh, interesting. I hadn't even thought about the performance stuff. It just seems like it's really flexible. How are you doing, VooCat? So, initialize timer. Alright, so I just need... Right, this should be easy. Not making full sentences. So, we're going to need separate declarations. That's all good, and I'll need to override initialize. Yeah, so, now, I thought that how this worked was you just moved back and forth in the modifier. Oh, are you on Discord, Who Man? I don't think I'm following you. Though I'd like to be. Do you have a link for it? So let me see if I can do this. Oh, I see. So how are you protecting from trolls? Let's see if I can figure this out, because I'm really curious about multi-resolution. Alright, so I subdivided a few times, and then we're going into sculpt. We're doing sculpt draw, upping the strength. And then, looks like I have it set to do an X mirror in here. But at any rate, it pushes out there. So then let's see if I can flip back and forth. So I flipped back to the square by moving down sculpt. And let's see if this applies. So then I pull this out. And it looks like the sculpting still is still there, even though I moved it down a bit. So yeah, I guess it's still keeping that information even though it's in the smaller view. So then let's do something else at this resolution and go back up. Yeah, and this thing I pushed out is still there. Yeah, I think so too. Yeah, I don't know. I haven't run into a lot of Discord trolling, or all that much on Twitch for that matter. But I have seen some Discords where it's running a little more rampant. Wait, what's this about a dungeon? Yeah, so I really don't know what I'm doing at all with sculpting. But the multi-resolution modifier is just so interesting to me. So then let's say public lerper. Okay, and I want to do override. And I think that should work. Yeah, we gotta hear more about this dungeon thing. Okay, and then lerp flasher. We're going to change you to a lerp flasher real time. And all of that should be good. Wait. Equals new lerper real time. That was the whole point of that. Oh, I get you. Huh, so you mean like an RPG dungeon where you're exploring between the rooms? Timer equals new timer. Lerp flasher equals new lerper. Okay, we're good here. Then real time, that's good. So let's just look at this one more time and make sure it's all right. Oh, that sounds so cool, Who Man. I'd never have thought to do that on Discord. That's such a great idea. I really want to see that when you get it all set up. So let's look at this window. Menu, dialogue canvas. Okay, that's good. And you can see it in the background, and it's still working when we're paused, so that's all I wanted. All right, so I said it's called folding window effect. Let's see what we're doing here. This is in a while loop that's infinite, so it can run when the game's paused. We're waiting for camera and... All right. So this is going to take some doing, figuring out how all of this works. And I think the first thing I need to do here is just delete some of this old stuff. I tend to keep around a lot in the way of old code and just kind of comment it out, and it's can get to be a bit much. Okay, so what is going on here? So we're setting the terminal text scroll effect. We're making NPCs talk to each other. And I feel like I've got another, like I've got this somewhere cleaner in another routine, but I'm not going to worry about that for now. So then this thing goes through different states. It's ready, it's typing, it's leaving text up. Okay, so this might be a good start. It's got something where it breathes a little between texts. Let's see if I can't set that up to have the effect. All right. Let's see where else this is. Okay, so we're setting the state. And let's say folding text. What'd I call this? Folding window effects dot change. You seriously don't remember any of this? We were just looking at it. Oh, these aren't public. Public void begin window open. I don't really like starting coroutines from another script, so I usually have methods that start the routines. What is it, City? The cat remains in the closet. I don't know. At this rate, she's going to miss Pride Fest. And the sun is completely oppressive, so I'm currently adjusting the light situation. So we're saying we need a begin window close. Public void be I can't type today. Begin window close. So why is it saying this can't be found? No, I had an energy drink today, so I'm feeling pretty peppy. Got lots of caffeine. But as discussed earlier, I'm about half as smart with coding when I'm on a camera, so we'll see how this goes. Then let me see what I can do here, because I'd like a multi-line conversation. Maybe I have this in Conversation Maker. Well, there was no mate break today. Okay, so this is pretty straightforward, but it might be really nice to put these into scriptable objects too, or even something that just pulls from a text file so it's easier to alter these. Okay, this might be fun. So dock control missile warning. Let's just give that to some kind of test NPC. Characters. Just need to make sure I don't apply the changes to the prefab here. So I still do have a test here, so let's see what we've got. I was thinking I just make the scientists give the warning when the players try and steal the spaceship and they're threatening to blow it up. But I might not need to. It looks like I put a test conversation in here. Okay, so let's just pop him over here. Whoops. Well, when he wakes up, we can have our test conversation. And right now he's pretty bent out of shape because he thinks we just won the boss fight. Okay, does this have... So that's pretty good, but we need multiple lines on there. Okay, conf test 2. Conf test seems better. Say A, B, C. And let's go ahead and say it's not a pause conversation. Oh, it is complaining that the folding effect was inactive, so need to mess with that too. Well, let's try this again. I think this will work out. So go down here, spawn this guy in. And it is giving me a null reference exception. Alright, it's just blinking out because I'm setting it inactive. But, you know, let's just generate a level here. So, I don't know, I think, like, that turning off and turning on isn't bad. Yeah, it's Caves of Cud City. It's basically identical. Okay, so I'm going to take a quick break, but I'll be right back. And thank you so much, everyone, for being here with me. I won't be too long.
I researched all the very best games in the world. And what I learned was, people like to spin and people like to choose. The trick was getting rid of all the boring stuff in between.
Just walk away.
The project was our last best hope for peace.
And there will be an end to the horror.
Stratus, multiple contacts.
It failed.
My name is a killing word.
Red alert. All hands stand to battle stations.
Launch fighters.
Okay, I'm back. Man, I missed war. Just walk away. No, still no yerba mate. And you get to have all the fun. I want to hear war.
Just walk away.
The project was our last best hope for peace.
And there will be an end to the horror.
Stratus, multiple contacts.
It failed.
My name is a killing word.
Red alert. All hands stand to battle stations.
Launch fighters.
So I shouldn't close the window. Oh, thank you, Corpus. Yeah, I'm really happy with how the map turned out. I'm thinking that when I make the trailer for the game, it's going to feature the map and the zoom in, zoom out thing really heavily. So, where do I close this dialogue canvas? So, instead of set active false and true, how about I just say dialogue folder folding window effect dot begin close. This might be really simple. Folding window effect dot begin open. That's what I'm thinking too, and that's why I prioritized making the map in the first place, even though it's not 100% necessary for gameplay. It just feels like of all the things in the game, seeing the overview of the level shape is what people respond to the most. Okay, and then let's turn this off for now. And do I have an on enable here? Okay, yes. Okay, so I don't have that high of hopes of this working the first time, but maybe. And let's try this again. Okay, so it looks like it, there was one point where it made it when it wasn't supposed to. Oh, and also that select effect is going on and off because I'm right on the border. Alright, so when it goes to leave text up, that's an issue. But it's getting closer, so folding window effect. And let's just say if my state is not equal to state.leaveTextUp. I feel like we're really close to getting this working. There's also that arrow that points to the NPC. That could use some more glow. So let's spawn in good old Palty Ball. Okay, that felt pretty good. Let's see this again. I'm liking that. Oh, look at that. That's really cool. It's not just going to be Caves of Cud City. That was a joke. Okay, so that is exactly what I wanted. Really feeling happy about that. Let's see if it's turning this thing off when it's done. Thank you so much for the subscription, Sapphire. Turning on the party lights for this. How are you doing today? Also, Sepher is an awesome game developer. You should check out his stream. Yeah, now you can annoy everyone by telling them to save their work every 5 seconds. Oh, let me think about that. A second line wide. Oh,
save the project.
So kind of wedge shaped for the pointer. Let's look at that. You gotta save. Yeah, this, that Save the Project sounds, that's a streamer called Hellforge TV that, hangs out here a lot. He's this Swedish metal singer, and he recorded a bunch of sounds for us.
Do you fancy some surströmming?
He never believes me when I tell him, but he's got such an amazing voice. Yeah, so basically just wider at the top and smaller at the bottom, right? Let me think. Oh yeah, he also did this one.
I'll get my coat. No, wait. I'll make my coat.
Yeah, and he sings metal too, and you know, he has such an awesome growl.
Why don't you hit that save button?
So, let me think about how I'd do this. How does everyone feel about, Right. I like that a lot with the arrow. So how does everyone feel about this pop-in effect? I feel like it's about right. Nothing too much, but it draws your attention to it. And that's a lot more interesting than just turning it on and off. So let's see if that canvas is disabled.
Wait a second here. Oh my goodness. Juice!
Okay, so maybe that's not getting disabled. It looks fine though. So then, let's have a look at this. Because it shouldn't be too hard to do that arrow, though I think I am changing the shape of a quad to do this, so maybe I could just put a little texture on there. Trying to find out where that arrow even is. Jeez. Okay, so this is the arrow. Can I just assign a sprite to this? Yes. So it's going to look a little different depending on how stretched it is, but with any luck it won't be too bad. So let's save file, new. What about like 512 just for good measure? I am trying to get this pretty subtle, so maybe just cut a little bit off the corners. And why is GIMP so hard? What is it they say, City? That GIMP is hard. I've used Krita a little bit, but still not very comfortable with it. I see what you did there, City. Okay, so add alpha channel, that's it. I don't know if this will be enough, but let's try it. Where, yeah, GIMP kind of has the same problem as Blender, where they designed it on total moon logic. Oh no, maybe I just haven't watched enough videos on how to use GIMP properly. Like, I don't have anything in the way of Photoshop experience either, so I couldn't really say if that's more intuitive. And especially trying to work with text in GIMP is just a nightmare. Dika does have a fun stream. He just mods everyone, and when he goes to take a break, people start banning each other. Yeah, so what do you use for image editing, Sapphire? Okay, so that's a start. Probably not what we'll wind up with. And let's call this arrow texture. Oh, I see. And Clip Studio Paint. So are Paint.net and Clip Studio Paint geared towards pixel art? Now I could use something that's better for pixel art, because although City's been doing a lot of the pixel art for the game and using Krita for it, but I'm sure GIMP isn't great for pixel art either. Oh, I see. Yeah, I gotta check out some of those specifically pixel art making programs, because I've done a little bit of pixel animation in GIMP, and I'm sure it's more work than it needs to be. Uses the onion skin. How's that work? So Paint.net isn't geared for pixel art. Oh, I getcha. Asa Sprite. Oh, Asa Sprite. Nice. So what kinds of features does that have, Noah? And I'm just in awe of your pixel art. It's just so expressive and stylish. So we're going to need a sprite for this. Not the kind of sprite we're talking about, just the boring kind. How do I even make that? Is it a material? And, dialogue arrow. So do you like draw it and then scan it in Zephyr? The animation tools are really nice. Yeah, I'm always curious, what a good workflow for pixel animation is. Like, there's gotta be an easier way than just drawing each frame as you go and manually moving the pixels around. The arrow canvas. Right, so this thing needs a texture. What even am I doing here? Can you just take the dialogue arrow texture? This is how little I work with sprites. I don't even know how to give it the right... Okay, so it needs a sprite material. So create material. And we're going to go ahead and set the texture. Is this really the one? I get you. So you can make a few keyframes, human, and it can give you the in-between frames for pixel animation. Do an outline shape in a base color. Oh, that makes sense. Yeah, I think it is. So let's go ahead and assign this. But we still don't have the right texture on here. Sprite's default. Okay, so it's got the material on here. But still doesn't understand that this sprite needs to have that texture. So why is that? For anything you set, keyframe for a layer. Oh, nice. So all I'm trying to do is get this sprite set up with this little wedge-shaped texture. So we've got the texture, we've got the sprite's default material. Why is it being like this? Yeah, we need more trapezoids. The whole thing's built out of trapezoids. So then, where are you, Sprite? Square should be the right one. Material property block is used to modify these values. The sprite renderer is what holds the texture. So that would be this up here. So then let's edit the sprite. Okay, 4 sides. Then how do I assign you some kind of material? I know I've made just a few sprites before for particles or something. Pretty sure. So you're using the dialogue arrow sprite. Okay, I'm looking this up. I really feel like I ought to know how to do this by now. Unity set texture of sprite. Well, this is in code. No. It can't be that difficult. The actual dialogue arrow sprite isn't a trapezoid. Right, so this is the texture I'm trying to apply. So the actual dialogue arrow sprite isn't a trapezoid. Right, so I need to set the texture in the sprite renderer. And that's probably in here that I need to assign that. Create sprite renderer, drag trapezoid sprite into the sprite field. Add components, sprite renderer. Gotta delete these extra ones when I figure this out. Okay. Then we're going to need a sprite for this. All this won't work. If you take arrow texture and put it into the sprite field. So we've got the sprite field here. Not accepting that as a sprite. Thanks for all your help with this. I don't know why this is so tricky. Set the texture type to sprite, which we've got. Sprites default. Got the sprite renderer. To keep the material at sprites default. That's not actually a sprite, is it? The arrow texture itself needs its type changed. Thank you. Thank you so much, that was it. Oh man, how long was I messing with that? Like 10 minutes. I really appreciate it. Okay, arrow sprite. Save. Thank you so much.
Save the project and save your soul.
Okay, so now that we have our sprite, we can put it on the arrow and see if this looks all right. So let's go over here, go to the arrow. Now, will you accept our sprite as an offering? Okay, cool. So it's got a wedge shape. And I suspect we'll need more of a wedge shape, but let's see how this looks. So let's go ahead and spawn this guy in. Ooh, that doesn't look... Okay, it doesn't look great because it's on the wrong side of this. So, let me think. This was on the left side, so let's rotate this. So, file, export. Hopefully our sprite will have rotated as well. And I could probably make the whole thing wider too. So let's look at this again. Okay, yeah. So I think I am seeing some tapering, could probably be more. So let's whittle away some more of this. What? Really, I'd say of any 2D program, Inkscape's the one I feel most comfortable in. A lot of the times, even when I'm doing simple shapes like this, I'll switch over to Inkscape. So, really what I'd most like is a vector graphics program that operates exactly like Blender. Because there's a lot of stuff with working with nodes and just moving and altering vertices in Blender that I would just absolutely love it if Inkscape worked that way. Okay, so that's good. Let's fill this in. Let's have another look at this. I could also maybe do a little shading on this to make the edges of the line darker. Okay, yeah, so we've got more of a wedge. I'd like this thing to be wider in general. But yeah, that point is definitely helping. So let's go back to our dialogue arrow. Where even is everything? Arrow canvas. And I suspect I'm just not altering this other stuff in code at all. So if I set that at 9, I'll just stay at 9. But we'll see. And a little rounding on top might be nice too. Okay, yeah, that's all it needed. So as you can see, it's a little awkward how that meets up with there because I've got some transparency on this. But I think that's actually too wide. What I have? 3 before? 4.5 maybe. I know you do, City. Okay, so that's pretty good, but I don't think I want this to be too, like, toothpick shaped. But maybe right at the bottom. You've got that all lined up, who man? I see how those all just work together. And I still don't have that emote. I've just been waiting all day for Twitch to approve the emote I submitted. Still pending. I feel like they're just, they just declared a board meeting at Twitch, and right now they're all discussing whether or not I get to keep my horrible abomination of an emote. Well, I don't know. We let some stuff through for Binding of Isaac, and it's not really worse than that, so maybe we should let her have it. Just whittle this down more. Yeah, so was that one wearing underwear the first time you submitted it, Who Man? You know, and I thought that when I submitted one involving the Blender Monkey, they'd give me trouble about that too. But maybe it's alright because it's an open source program. And an open source mascot. Or maybe they just didn't know what it was. So now I've changed around the slots, so they have to reapprove Suzanne on Fire. And we'll see if that works this time. Yeah, that's probably it, Corpus. So this is the kind of thing that I'd be way more comfortable doing in Inkscape. Just rounding this out. So I just want a very subtle rounding here. Hey, Sir Pinkbeard, how are you doing today? Right, so I'm not sure if this counts as gore or not. Let me show everyone the emote again. It's definitely borderline. I don't know why I'm always submitting emotes to Twitch that that I'm pretty sure won't get past their censors. Nice. Yeah, your project's looking great, Who Man. Or Sir Pinkbeard, I mean. So what are you making a walkthrough for today? So here's the emote that I'm trying to submit. And this is what happens when you eat a human and reproduce a copy of them. So it's pretty horrible, but maybe it's not quite crossing the line. We'll see. Yeah, that orc looks great, Sir Pink. Oh, no, that's a possibility too, Who Man. I mean, it doesn't get much more naked than not having your skin. Thanks for the confidence, Noe. Okay, so that all looks... Oh man, did I just lose my selection? Okay, I need to start this over. Yeah, that quote's a keeper.
It ain't no sin to take off your skin and dance around in your bones.
Okay, so why doesn't that work? That works. So I'm making one for the treasure chest. You know, the spin tool's something that looks super useful, but I haven't gotten much chance to... I haven't gotten much chance to use it. And it also looks like it's getting a huge boost in Blender 2.8. Like, we were doing a few tools, a few streams where we were using an early version of 2.8. And it just felt so much better using the spin tool than what it was like before. I'm just gonna manually do this. This is so silly. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, nice. I'll bookmark that for later. Yeah, what, I'd love to see the tutorials you're making. I think the big time we used it was we were making a submarine that had a bunch of pipes going around it. And we were spinning one of them to get a nice angle on there. Yeah, I'm sure there's loads of people who are feeling pretty lost with the new Blender. Doing things the hard way here. I think it worked. Okay, then let's round this off too. And then layer, flip vertically.
And what haunts me is that I discover no kinship, no understanding, no mercy.
Thank you so much for the follow, Joe Nombo. And thank you for watching. Have a great day. Okay, so just a little rounding on that part. And let's see if we can figure out this circle thing again. Paste as new image. So that's not quite right either. All right, and now I can remove these corners. Like the threshold's wrong. Lots of rakes today. Alright, so there we go. So deleting these corners. And then we've finally got some rounded edges on this. Just trapezoids as far as the eye can see. So let's see what this looks like. Oh, I shouldn't have exited that. Okay, so I'm starting to like that better. It's still maybe a little weird how it looks when it's stretched way out, but not too bad. And I think I'd like to do a little more with that rounding here. Like just kind of cut off that edge a bit. Have a great day, Sir Pink, and thank you so much for stopping by. And everyone should check out Sir Pink's channel. He's another Blender modeler, and he's also been making a game in Unity that's a tower defense game with an orc. And he also teaches Blender. So he's a great streamer to watch if you're looking to learn Blender. Okay, yeah, a bit more.
I've given you sunlight. I've given you rain.
How's it going?
What do you want from me, blood?
Yeah, maybe not that much. And he also teaches Blender modeling to high schoolers, which has to be pretty difficult, I can only imagine. Where? How are you doing today, Paz? Okay, now this is trickier because we've got an indeterminate amount of pixels on the bottom. Let's just move this over, hope it's good. Oh, and I got it right. Okay, that's good. Whoopsie. So let's try this again.
When you're surrounded by darkness.
I don't know, Zephyr. Do you think high schoolers are more or less mature than law students? I'll take your word on it either way.
It's a beautiful life. Don't waste time.
Taught one class as an adjunct. Yeah, teaching is difficult. I used to do some tutoring work, but that was just one student at a time, so it was kind of different. Okay, and what about a little border on this? Again, I feel like I'm doing this the hard way. So I did, for some reason I moved from using a line render. I forget why though. Phoenix Wright Esquire. Yeah, I really wish I remember why I switched from using a line renderer. Because I think that's how it worked originally, and I just decided not to do that for some reason. Yeah, how much did Phoenix Wright get right? How much did Phoenix Wright get Phoenix Wright? Yeah, so pretty accurate, right? Okay, I don't think I'm going to do too much more with this. An Emin, flip vertically. well, it's all about who shouts the loudest, right, Sapphire? And it helps if you've got snappy dress sense. Okay, so I think this is all I really want to do with the arrow, and then I'll move on to something else. Oh, and this doesn't feel too good. Okay. Yeah, exactly, Sapphire. So that's all it takes, right? And you also need to yell objection really loudly when they say something that you don't like. Yeah, so what would your realistic law game look like? What? Phoenix is a Okay, good enough for now. Maybe I'll put the anchor position a little higher, though. You'd have to play as the prosecutor. Oh, I see. So the defendant's lawyer isn't as interesting. So let's turn this off. I don't know. Oh, and we also need like a portrait placeholder. I'll work on that too. I think I liked it better when it was slower. I could fix this by just not... Now, why did I switch from using a line render? Now that I'm looking at this, it is kind of a weird stretching effect. Let me look at this. I think I actually just deleted the line renderer code, so I might need to look at my backup. Documents, Unity product. Let's open that in here. Speaker. It is a good thing I keep backups. So this one should have it. Assets. Where even do I keep this? Dialogue text control is core function scripts core functions user interface. So we're going to scripts core functions dialogue. That ain't it. So why did I decide not to do this? Set dialogue line positions. So, but I actually I actually have the concept in my head now. I would do it, but I'd probably use a world similar. That would be really cool, Sepher. So, oh yeah. Aside from questions about realism, it is really interesting because, it's kind of hard to do a good, dialogue system in a game. So, you know, I feel like that's an example of a game that really uses it well as a core mechanic. Line renderer, my line renderer. And we also have arrow, start. Yeah, and I'm just trying to think of what games I've seen that do dialogue systems well. Like, every time I play an RPG like Fallout or something, it seems like the most interesting character to play is the one who's really dialogue focused. But a lot of the times that just boils down to if you're in a conversation, you can magically get a better outcome. And, you know, it's not always that fun. So, looks like this is going into world space. So, dialogue arrow position. So, let's go ahead and say Vector 3. Line start position equals okay, and then the end position isn't good either. Well, maybe. Speaker screen position. Line and position equals this. We'll see if this works. Oh, I see. There's like the Phoenix water simulation. I bet it's also because it's video game law. Okay, so that should be pretty straightforward. Let's make a line render. I think it doesn't matter what I make the line renderer on. So go ahead and do dialogue manager. Line renderer. Let's see if this works. Don't receive shadows. Okay, it's using world space. I believe that's what I want. I don't want it. Casting shadows. I'm going to give you a material, probably. Let's just do a simple one for now. Wait, no, that's a bad one. Just the most simple material I can get. And I would expect this to work. Well, actually, no. This probably won't work the first try, but let's try this. I wish I remember why I stopped using the line renderer, because it really does seem like that's what I need here. So I'm doing something wrong. That's the line. Right, and what position is that going to? It's way off in space. I don't suppose it would help to put this in local space. This thing's so tricky because it's a UI screen overlays panel in screen space tracking world space objects, and it's just a mess. Nope. Have a great day, and everyone, you should follow Salichi's channel right now. She's awesome, and she's making a roguelike platformer in Unity about demons and hell. It's super cool. Have a great day. Oh, Saucebuckle. How are you doing? All right, so there's got to be a, have a great day. Let me see if I can figure this out, because you would expect this to be the right solution. I mean, first of all, we need to make sure this is the right layer or we won't be able to see it. Oh, I'm doing really good, Saws. Just working on the dialogue system. It's good to see you. So, I need to do user interface for this for a start. World space. Let's see this. Oh, nice. So, what do you mean by bot programs? Like, game AIs or something else? That's really exciting that you can get back into streaming. I'm just trying stuff at random at this point. I hate these world to screen space conversions. I mean, for my stream. Oh, I see. Yeah, I've seen a few people do that with the overlays, and it's really cool. Mostly for games you play in chat during a stream. Stay, Saucebuckle, you gotta figure this out with me. Okay. Alright, so I gotta stop doing stuff at random and actually figure this out. So, I think, let's do world space and actually look at the code and see if I can figure out what's going on here. So the start position is UI camera, world to screen point, so it should be a place where the UI camera can see it. So I'm trying to make an arrow that goes from the dialog box to the person who's speaking. And I had something working with just stretching out a material, but I don't know, there's some issues where it kind of pixelates, so I'm giving this thing another shot. Where I'm actually using a line render. I mean, so this is the code I was using before. Let's see if this still works. And I'll bet your game's going to use a more complicated dialogue system. With this one, people basically just talk to you. But the dialogue system's pretty much in. So let's spawn this guy in. So as you can see, it's mostly working aside from this. Interesting, so it seems to be close. Oh, that's very close. All right, so I can figure this out. Let me think about this. So we're making the main camera see this. And I think this was working before. Why isn't it working now? Let's look at the behavior again, because it seems like maybe, no, I don't think so. Like just a dialogue border texture. Alright, so we're setting this thing up inside of world space. What about if we did UI camera self. I need some tequila. You gotta share, Cass. Can't just keep all the tequila for yourself. Alright, that's not good. That's not good at all. Oh, why? That's even worse than before. Let's look at this one again, because this is almost right. Maybe the problem I had before was I was having trouble setting the anchor correctly, so I was faking it. I think that would be really cool too, City. Okay, so it's doing fine pointing to the NPC, but doesn't have a clue where the dialogue box is. Thinks it's in the lower left corner of the screen. So, screen to world point. Okay, this is so backwards, but, Vector 3, yeah, this is another one of the many things that seems like it should be simple, but is actually incredibly hard. That would be good too, City. start screen position equals UI camera dot world to screen point dialog arrow position marker. And I'm saving saving this one because it's almost right. Yeah, we chose to do this thing because it wants blood.
What do you want from me, blood?
Okay. Pretty sure this is completely wrong-headed, but we will see. That's the thing with all of this stuff. A lot of the times it just boils down to trying a bunch of solutions that don't seem that plausible, and one of them works. Hey, well, you know, I figured it out. I was only like 10% sure that one would work. I mean, obviously it looks terrible, but we can work with this. Hey, Human, welcome back. So I figured out how to draw the line render again. So let's mess with the line style.
Congratulations!
Congratulations.
Congratulations!
Congratulations! Congratulations!
Thank you so much for the cheer, Sauce. So let's mess with this line style. I was so sure that it wouldn't work that time. So first of all, we're putting this on overlay effects. If I can find you. Tapering this is easy. I think. Nothing is easy. Why did I decide not to use a line render? That's just what I keep asking myself. Yeah, that's pretty nasty, Human. Cheese and crackers is generally good, though. So then, let's say corner end cap vertices, 12 rounded out. Alignment is view. Then I should give it its own texture. But maybe look in materials, see if we have something appropriate already. We do not. Unless static. Dialogue manager. Okay, yes. That's very nice.
Do you fancy some surströmming?
Well, cheese is basically mold anyway, so I can't complain. Okay, yeah, that's perfect. Why wasn't I using a line render? So let's copy these properties. And it would just be great if I could use the MK Glow texture. So just the one layer of mold. What else do I have in the way of static? Let's just copy this. Although, unlit alpha with fade. Remember that. MK2 or MK glow on. I gotta try something. Unlit alpha with fade. Okay, that's kind of cool. Oh, that might be an improvement. Unlit alpha with, oh no, it was like that before. Why can't I activate these? Yeah, I really like this room. Maybe it's because I haven't really generated the level. Okay, let me make sure I haven't messed this up, and then I'll make a new material like I ought to. Yeah, I don't think eating mold is that weird. Thank you so much, Sauce. We were watching a video of people cook spiders the other day. And I'm a vegetarian, but it seems like a good idea. Oh, bread mold. Okay, so have I messed this up? Why doesn't this work? Okay, I'm putting it on the list. ship controls are messed up for some reason. Was the car full of mold? UI. So let's create a material. Dialogue static. Let's just say glow static matte. Points to MK unlit texture. And where is that arrow? Dialogue manager, I think. Where are you, glow static? Okay, so let's go into game and see what this looks like. The blue fuzz in the cup. Oh, wow. You're living the life. Man, so it sounds like you're really on to something, Who, man. You're going to start a trend. Okay. So that's not ideal. This does nothing. But it really ought to. Nice. So now, okay, that's working. You know, I'm in the opposite camp, Pooh, man. I would eat blue cheese, but I wouldn't eat moldy regular cheese. I don't know, I'm just a weirdo like that. Yeah, this, I've had this in the game for a while, but didn't used to be this pretty. Why don't these do anything? Trying to lower the alpha on this, probably because I never set this to be transparent. So this one's using a line render, so it's not based on that image I spent an hour making. Alright, so maybe that's looking better already. And yeah.
Congratulations, kid. You've outdone yourself. You've reinvented the wheel. I'm going to recommend to the board that we proceed immediately and that the dingus be mass-produced with all deliberate speed.
So I'm not quite following you, Who Man. So this is using a line renderer, so it's not really based on a texture anymore. Yeah, it's looking a lot different than it did before. So the image gets color because I'm setting it down here in the material. But it's not getting its shape from the material. It's just kind of laying that material over it. I mean, but this is almost right. Just trying to set up how much I want it to glow and how bright I want it to be. I could make this really eye-blinding. But let's make that a little more subtle. Now that would be a good idea. So just grab the same color as this dialog box. Oh, although actually the NPCs set the color of the box. Like if the guard talks, it's a different color. So I probably want to set this color and code. I know, why would gamers only want finished games? So I probably want to set the color of this line renderer when I change the speaker color.
I've given you sunlight.
Oh, and I think this
I've given
is
you
on
rain.
overlay effect. Thank you for the sunlight, Turbo. How are you doing? Okay, but that is very close to what I want. I actually haven't played Space Engineers yet. Nice. Is that on Steam? So let's go ahead and these should be saved, but let's go ahead and copy these properties. Oh, so what's Thimbleweed like? What? All right, so let's just turn off this arrow canvas for now. I don't think I'll be using it. Arrow canvas. And line renderer. What? Okay, let's see if this works. Thimbleweed Park was... Oh, I see. Yeah, maybe we should get that city. So what have you been up to, Andres? Okay, so I need to raise this up a bit more. Yeah, let me write that down. Oh, cool. Thimbleweed Park on Epic Store. You would say Epic Games Store, right? Yeah. Right, so I need to set this to overlay effects. And it would be great if I could set this to the speaker color. Something else I want to check out is if this scales properly. Nice. Do you have any pictures, Andres? Okay, so, cranking up the dialogue scale. You see, City, I have been listening to Game Maker's Toolkit when they talk about accessibility. That seems okay. And the arrow position's slightly off, so, I think I can just delete this arrow canvas. Dialogue manager, dialogue arrow image. Nice, I can't wait to see it. Line offset, duration between characters. Alright, so here's where I was setting the color. And let's say, void set dialogue color. Just get this all into one place. Color. Color. I'm going to say set dialogue color. You're probably better off not knowing who, man. So... Alright, so there's some weird stuff with just setting image color. But let's say... This is mostly in the material, isn't it? So I'm going to need to get this material. I'm going to need to set main color, glow texture color. Is all of this necessary? We frozen. Yeah, it is being weird. Yeah, let's have a look. That looks super good, Andres. So, did you use a Bezier curve for the cable? Really awesome. Okay, so let's see what we really need for this. Does the main color do anything? Yes. Does the glow color? Yes. What if the main color has alpha all the way up? That would be too much. So main color needs like maybe 120 for alpha. Right, that's too much. $110 maybe. Let's try 110 for now. Set main color alpha to 110. And we need to set main color, glow texture color. Glow. Oh, and I should save the capitalization too. Main color, glow texture color. Okay. Those are looking really cool, Andres. I like that you put the Blender logo on there too. Are you working with Blender 2.8 for these? They're really nice. Yeah, that, I'm really excited to get into Blender 2.8. So is that the Eevee rendering engine? I guess most things in Blender 2.8 are. Oh, Flasher. Just looking up how I did this. And then I'm going to go ahead and save a reference to the line render material. Wait, the line render knows what material it has. Yeah, is Blender 2.8 a little more intuitive for a Maya user? That's pretty sweet, Saucebuckle. I love Blender too, but I do not envy people who have to switch from one program to another. How do I get a reference to the line render material? Where are you? Materials 0. Oh, welcome back, Sir Pink. So hopefully I will get... Yeah, I'd love to see the Formula One. You should post it in the Discord when you finish it. Or work in progress pictures. You know, personally I'd say if you've got a few years on your Maya license, might as well stick with what's working for you. You know, it's, there's enough struggle and learning being a game dev without throwing extra challenges at yourself. But, I mean, probably mostly the learning curve is the reason not to switch. But, yeah, like, if... I'd say there's no reason unless it's going to cost you a lot more to stay with Maya. Wait, what's this about Mudbox? I have no idea what that is. Okay, so what am I doing here? Set color. maybe look at this shader and see what these variables are named. It's MK Glow Selective Transparent Diffuse. Yep, this is the one. So we've got... Okay, it's underscore color. Have you used Maya too, Sir Pink? Yeah, in fact, Sir Pink was just telling us that he's making some Plunder tutorials for getting into 2.8. You want to post that link again? Yeah, we did some streams where we were messing with Blender 2.8. And in general, I'd say that they're all positive changes. So underscore color. And what was I saying here? Main color alpha to 110. New color. Does that work? Yeah, I remember the last time I tried to do some really simple texturing in 2.8, I was banging my head against the wall trying to figure out how to lay out the UV unwrap, and wasn't really finding much in the way of resources. But it's possible that's just because it was half-baked at the time. So we need glow color, which is lost it. MK glow color. Underscore MK glow color. And this is full opacity, so we can just do my speaker and my color. The final one that we need is glow texture color. MK glow text color. I think that's everything we need for this. Let's see if it works. Okay, what's everyone saying? Oh, nice, a texturing course. Well, that's one way to go about it, City. I bet I was just running into running in some kind of bug or half-baked feature the last time I tried. But we'll see. I don't know, pretty soon I'm gonna make the switch. Oh, I don't know. It's still a ways off. Let me go ahead and generate a full level and show you what I've got so far, though. So it's probably changed a bit since I gave you the tour. Let's go ahead and maximize this. And let's see some actual music. I don't know, I'm hoping to get an, like, early alpha out that people on stream can start playing pretty soon. I don't know, though there's a lot I need to do in terms of just making more levels, setting all of that up first. Yeah, something like that. So, like, the engine's totally complete. I've been working a whole lot on the look of the game this month. And really what I need before I go into the alpha is, there's just not a lot of differentiation in terms of one area looking different from another area. So I want a whole lot more in terms of dangers and enemies and unique level design. But here's some of the new stuff. So eating and making an object looks a lot cooler. We've got big flashes of light. Yeah, I think that's mostly due to City of Coral. She's been making a bunch of block textures. So now when an object hits the wall, there's this cool effect. Oh, for what pass? And I've also been working a lot on the way that bullets look. So there's a lot more juice when it hits a wall. But let's see if we can find a guard and get them to say something. What? What? That wasn't good. I need to make more guards spawn in this area. Run into Painter if you... Oh, there's one. So, it does look like it set the dialogue color, but maybe the alpha's a bit wrong. Yeah, so a lot more in the way of juice and screen shake now. So I went into box mode because I was doing a fall. I was in box mode when I went into it. Oh, thank you, Sir Pink. Yeah, also when you eat a person, there's more giblets. This game's just getting more and more violent. Oh yeah, it's more gruesome than before even. Can I get up here? Well, I should look at that dialogue box opacity. Oh yeah, the map view. That's really cool. I just can't get enough of doing this. Okay, so here's, now we've got a nice overview of the station. Yeah, so I've got a map now. This is all based on air pockets, so you can see where the airlocks are. It's actually been really useful for getting lost in the game. Thank you. And I've also got a test feature where I can just teleport around. Yeah, I really like the map too. So it only shows the areas you've been in, but I do give a few freebies when the player comes into the game for the first time, so they're not starting from a totally empty map. I've also been doing more in the way of background depth, so you can see that this room's a bit deeper than the average. And I'm thinking I'm mostly going to use that just for accentuating some areas. See if we... Oh, that's not good. Yeah, so a whole lot in terms of the look of the game. Oh, I think the player redesign is also new. So the the character design's pretty similar to what it was before, but I cleaned up the silhouetting a lot, and there's also a bit of an animation depending on your velocity in the air. And I also doubled the player's head size, because it turns out that half of the people who saw me on stream didn't know that the player had a head. Yeah, let's go ahead and fight the boss. Whoa. That dialogue error needs some work. But it is changing color. Whoops. Yeah, so this has been in the game for a while, but we did a lot of fine-tuning pretty recently. Uh-oh. So in this boss fight, I'm mostly just trying to not get dissolved in acid. Uh-oh. And I'm failing. I don't think I'm gonna survive this one. Okay, I'm dead. Yeah, I had a lot of fun making the boss animations where he's pulling the chain down. Oh yeah, let's show that. So this is another area that's going to need some work, but I've started to have some endings in the game where it cuts to another screen and it gives you some text. Okay, just get in the box. So, I think I'd like to have some art pop up, maybe renders that I make inside of Blender for this. And I probably need to basically do the same thing to this dialog box that I've done to all the menus. Just give it scan lines and bloom and all this other stuff. Yeah, I think those boss fight animations are my favorites of all the ones I've made. Oh, the game's also saving properly now, so if you get to a checkpoint, it'll actually reload the level, at least with the same room maps as when you left. It's often the same song that repeats. Yeah. So the issue I'm having is it doesn't seem to be setting the main color alpha. I wonder if this is supposed to be like 0.5. Let's try that. Let's do some music. Oh, it's good, Paz. I want some of that tequila, though. So, let's... You gotta share. Yep, that was it. So then it would be nice if this dialogue arrow were a little higher above his head. Arrow. Start screen position, I guess. Transform up times 7, maybe. So I'm really starting to feel good about how this dialog box looks. I shouldn't generate the level every time I check this. Right, so I think the next thing is some kind of placeholder portrait. And then I can at least call this good enough for now. What's in the box? Okay, that's too high, maybe halfway between those. No level gen. And this is just going to be a really basic
Strange
thing,
women
just head and
distributing
shoulders.
swords is no basis for a system of government.
That one really cracks me up. But have you heard this one, Paz?
Just thinking of the distances we travel, and yet how far we've still to sail as men.
Okay, that's good. So now, let's make a portrait. And also, I need to save.
Save the project.
You know, I'm still wondering why I decided not to use a line render, because it seems way better for this. We saw this shirt on Reddit recently, and it had the X-Files UFO on it. And instead of I want to believe, it said I want to leave. I kind of want that shirt. I mean, not that I'd wear it, but I like the message. Yeah, would you say it's still awful sauce, or has it gotten better? Okay, so portrait. And this, just trying to figure out what size these are. This is in UI dialogue overlay. Character portraits. I'm doing 512 for now. Just make something quick in Inkscape. .512 by 512, border on top of drawing. Oh, I see. Yeah, I'd say I haven't had that much trouble with the line render. Got too many windows open. So then back to Inkscape. Oh, you know what's still is still really janky in Unity? Have you ever tried just using their UI system to apply a border to a window? You get all of these weird artifacts around the edges if you want to make it see-through at all. I'm doing my resource image searches off screen because I still need to turn on safe search. The user portrait. I mean, people do keep these things really simple, just like a circle and shoulders. I don't know, looks about like I figured they would. Just like shoulders, a neck, a head. Loads of arrows. You know, this streamer we were watching lately, I feel like he had a big breakthrough lately. We were talking about him earlier. His name's Dika. And he was saying that Cat is still in the closet, to my knowledge, City. He was saying he just needed to trust his process more and not worry that, well, he's a 2D artist, but not worry that it looks ugly in the moment. You know, because... And Bob Ross is exactly right for that, because that was his message. But yeah, just trust that's going to work out, and it probably will. So that's not quite right. I really do need to figure out how to do the equivalent of a mirror modifier in Inkscape. So what's wrong with this? I mean, I think I'm going to do an outline instead of the full portrait. It feels like maybe the neck's off. I see some people just doing a circle separated from the shoulders. Thank you, Who Man. Yeah, so is this like an extension? Let me bookmark this. It might be a little tricky getting it working. But thank you for finding that. Everything's always a little trickier doing it in Linux. Just checking if the Arch user repository has this. City's probably shaking her head right now because she actually knows about Linux. I don't know, I'll see what we can do. I just bookmarked it. So I think I like that squared off shoulder better. I think the key to making this look, I don't know, iconic is just keeping these shapes really clean. Like, I almost wonder if I'd be better off just starting from a circle for this head. How do you, do you like make a 2D mesh in Blender, or do you have a way to, do you have a way to actually turn that into vector graphics? Because I would absolutely love to switch to doing this stuff in Blender. I mean, I guess you could like take a rendering of the mesh and export that. Maybe you're right, City. I think you are right, City. Object, align, and distribute. The unions. Oh, nice. Yeah, the thing I want more than anything is the ability to... Now, I know you can convert vector graphics into a mesh in Blender, but I'd love to be able to take it the other way. Now that does sound really cool, Who Man. Just don't know if I like that. Oh, we need like inverse curves for the neck. So... That's a little weird. Path. Difference. Not quite. Not bad, not bad. Hey, Lake Muck, how's it going? These intros are getting out of control. I just converted some horns. Nice. And I know sometimes when you're making 3D models, you draw out a sketch of what you want to make first. So that's gotta be especially useful for that. You can just make the sketch and turn it directly into a 3D model. Hard pass, Leg Mog. But how are you doing? And any more news on the dating situation? Okay, so yeah, that's almost working. You were totally right about doing this with simple shape city. Union. Get rid of all this stuff. That might be for the best, Leg Mog. Sorry it didn't work out, though. Seems like the grease pencil would be perfect for your style, though, man. Since you're so comfortable just doing freehand drawing. Oh yeah, let me look at that. And let's see. That is really cool. So how does that work? Do you need to make like a complete loop with the grease pencil and then it turns that into a mesh, into a flat plane, I guess? And I'm guessing like you make a separate loop for each one of these planes. Oh, I see. So how did you get this one? What'd I just do? This is almost where I need it. looks fine. I just need to mirror this. This is fine. Ooh, this is not fine. This is fine. Oh, I see. So just cutting out the plane. I'm talking about the... Oh, whoops. I totally mixed up your conversations. My brain's kind of fried out. Okay, so this is about right, and then path union. I don't think there is a cure for streamer brain. Yeah, I was just talking earlier about how I think I'm about half as smart when I'm on camera. There's certain programming things that I just won't do on stream because I just can't devote the concentration I need to them. Well, yeah, not with this attitude. But maybe someday we can cure streamer brain. Yeah, I'll probably be wrapping up in maybe 20 more minutes. How are you doing, Noah? What have you been up to? I mean, since I saw you a few hours ago, I do remember we were just talking. I was just mixing up a conversation between Sir Pinkbeard and Who Man in chat, so that probably means I've been on camera too long. Yeah, so what kind of food did you get, Noah? It's been pretty cold here too. I feel like the clock rewinds. So, this is good enough. Let me look at... I mean, that gets the idea across. I don't think I need more. Maybe a little more shoulder. Yeah, like I've got, it's been about 5 hours, 20 minutes so far. I do wonder if... Nah, it's good. Yeah, my, streaming brain means that I've got like half of my attention to talking to all of you and half of it to working on this. And, you know, at any other time, I've got the whole thing to devote to one or the other. I don't know, I'd probably still be pretty absent-minded if I weren't working on this while talking, though. No, it's not fun, Paz. We have to cure this, this horrible plight. CC images, let's just say empty portrait. It's made out of muscle and blood.
Skin and bone, a mind that's weak and a back that's strong. Load 16 tons,
And what do you get? Another day older and deeper in debt. St. Peter, don't you call me 'cause I can't go.
I owe my soul to the company store.
So, Unity projects.
I was born one morning when the sun didn't shine. I picked up my shovel and I walked to the mine. I loaded 16 tons of number 9 coal, and the straw boss said, well, bless my soul. Load 16 tons, what do you get? Another day older and deeper in debt. St. Peter, don't you call me 'cause I can't go. I owe my soul to the company store.
I saved this in the wrong place.
Morning, it was drizzling rain. Fighting and trouble in my middle name. I was raised in the canebrake by an old mama line. Ain't no high-tone man made me walk the line. Load 16 tons.
Okay, cool. So,
Another day
I think I need to set up all my speakers to have this.
don't you call me 'cause I can't go.
Just until I figure out what to actually put here.
Store.
Although, let's make this green.
If you see me coming, better step aside. A lot of men didn't, and a lot of men died. One fist a heart and the other is steel. If the right one don't get you, then the left one will. 16 tons, what do you get?
Alright, and then I just need to set it for all of them. Yeah, I do too. I turn this song up every time I hear it.
I owe my soul to the company store.
I'm really curious if that tool works out for you, Who Man. Because it sounds incredibly useful. So let's make sure all of these speakers are converted over to the right portrait. Oh yeah, and you were totally right with that line render, Noah. Hey, how's it going, Relics? So you'll get to see how it looks in just a sec. And then we need the Matt Sai boss fight. Always forget where this is. Rooms, outer, starting objects. Here he is. How have you been, Relics? This project gets entirely, like this project hierarchy is way too complex. Okay, so I think that's pretty much all the speakers in the game at the moment, all 3 of them. So let's go into the game and see this this glorious dialogue window I've been working on all day. Well, if it's last year's tequila, it should still be good. I don't think that really goes bad. I'm glad to hear you say that, Sauce. I mean, I've got it organized into folders and subfolders, but it's just a lot of stuff. Seriously, Unity. Tell me I saved. Oh, this is a bad one. This might crash the stream. Wow, that is really messed up. Okay, let's hope all that got saved.
Music and sound. Music and sound. Music and sound. Music and sound. Infinite inspiration. Infinite inspiration.
I'm OCD about a lot of things in my life, but I'd say I'm like right in the middle on project organization. I took the time to make the level generator a lot more orderly recently, but there's some things I did years ago that they're working and I'm just leaving them how they are, even though they could be better. So,
Infinite inspiration.
Let's see if these speakers are still good. Yeah, that one's on empty portrait. This one's on empty portrait. Yeah, how about everyone else? How are you on project organization versus real life organization? I mean, I don't even clean up, like, keep things that clean at home. It's more like I'm really careful about making sure the stove's off before going to bed and things like that. City can tell you about that. So we're going to say starting objects. Where is this? This isn't in the right place. Mat side boss battle, speaker holder. Okay, all this is still good. Project is more organized than my life. Okay, so let's try this again. Yeah, I do have a lot of folders and subfolders, but you know, another thing is with the collab features, Unity is really bad about breaking the project if you try to push a collaboration version after moving something between folders. And I've had this happen even when I do it 100% inside of Unity. Yes, I don't know, I think I can call this done for now. Let's go ahead and murder this person and then just look at this in large size. Okay, so then I ate someone in front of him, so now he's saying, "Don't hurt me." But yeah, I feel like this is way, way better than this looked this morning. So, I think it's probably about time to, shut the stream down and find someone to raid, but I am super happy with all of that.
Infinite inspiration. Infinite inspiration.
Just saving one more time.
Music and sound.
Yeah, City's just lost in a sea of files named Fartbet. So what do you mean white space in your code? Like, just a line break? Because I use those constantly. Just to give it some visual breathing space. So let's see who's going at the moment. Oh, I get you. Yeah, I'm definitely moving towards being more organized in my code, but there's areas where I'm not there yet. You know what? How about all of you suggest who we raid? I need to find more streamers. Any cool game devs you know? See, and I should save this, so... Yeah, I don't know. I'm always trying to find new people. Let me see. Oh, you know, Suffers is streaming. Let's go ahead and raid him. So he's working on a RPG in Godot, and it's really cool. It's he also raises money for LGBT charities. And a lot of you probably know him because we raid him a lot. So I hope all of you will stick around and say hi to Sapphirs. And we stream every Tuesday and Thursday at 2 p.m. Eastern Time. And thank you so much, everyone, for being here with me. And for all of your advice, too. I really appreciate it. And have a great night, everyone.